everyone. Hope you're all well. Happy Sunday. Hope you're all enjoying your weekend. This is the highlight of my week. Preparing, coming into the weekend, various things, and the Sunday morning, getting up early and fine-tuning the teachings and adding things, as always, is just such a beautiful, sacred space. Trying to make something beautiful, and I learn a lot. And I have something really special today to continue with our Aleph teaching, to sort of finish off from last week. And I guess I realized it was a series of teachings starting with the tree of life, going back, 2 months now, that's progressed, and I guess culminating with the Aleph. And it feels amazingly complete, and a series that just sort of unfolded on its own and provided a beautiful, detailed path of everything, in a way. Whole spiritual path and understanding of ourselves, how we fit in with God, and how God fits in with us, in a way. So we'll start with a moment of silence to kind of center, and I will center as well. Just so people know, I've added some pictures to the website with some of the pictures I promised last week. I did some Photoshop magic and made sure they print out as intended. And I'll be working on some of the other pictures that are up there this week to sort of perfect them. So the Aleph tree of life, and the 2 path pictures that are up there are fully ready to go. And I'll be working on some of the other images. Some of the programs no longer seem to function, and so I have to find some alternative programs to enhance the images. And I thank the people who are trying to provide some donations. Sadly, it's not going through. It is what it is. It works on my end, so we will just leave it there as it is and trust that one day God will open those gates. And in the meantime, we will continue and provide this wonderful space that we have together, which is one of the greatest blessings of my life to be, and the greatest honor to be with you all and to walk this path with you all and connect with God. A beautiful desire to connect and to have His presence in our lives. Really think there's nothing more beautiful than that. Why don't we take a moment in silence, center ourselves, the scramble to get here, the sleepy eyes, and just line up, take a deep breath, stretch if you need to, if the legs feel tight, have your tea, coffee or water next to you, and We just breathe and connect with that space. Let's take a few moments here. So as we center, I find it easiest back straight, comfortable, and eyes closed. Tend to have my hands sort of sometimes between my legs, so it fully extends down my arms, kind of fingertips sort of together in the middle, and by having the two arms touching each other, it balances the two hands. It balances the left and right side of the body and the left and right side of the brain, and it calms us down. It's a hand position. And with the eyes closed and working with our breath and with the practice of meditation and finding stillness in our world, places in nature or quiet room or meditation practice, learning to calm the mind, we can turn inwards. Finding that light breath. We inhale through our nose softly. We feel the freshness. My room's a little warm this morning. It's cold outside. That warmth I'm breathing in feels like the warmth of life, full of life, the breath of life, the current of life. We breathe it in and we sit in that space. It fills us and we relax. There's a warmth in our body when we become still, a fullness. And we learn to let go of the tension. We turn inwards. And we begin to realize there's a state of being, B-E-I-N-G, being within us. A wholeness. Conscious, open and very pregnant to momentum, to life, to engagement, with everything outside of us, and that presence is us. It's embodied in our body. Well, there's a truth, right? So it's in our bodies. It's everything we are. It's beyond our minds. Our consciousness lives in our vessel. And our vessel's our body. And when we relax and learn to turn inwards in alignment, so the back is straight, but not too straight. You know, I lean a little forward when I do this. I find the leaning of slightly forward moves the energy upwards, helps the flow. To find that alignment to a warm space, not necessarily a space of energy just shooting up to a clarity, a sort of transcendence in a way. But that slight moving forward helps that energy remain more in the body, but yet with that upward ascent, moving and engaging the heart, the chest, and moving some of that energy out, kind of moving what it is the inward introspective, inward introspection of our wisdom. Well, I always say we'll discuss it more in the future, but we will. But what I feel in me, it's the wisdom of the third eye, more engaged with our body, that stillness of something that's transcendent. And we feel that pregnancy, the wholeness that's within us. And we learn to open and to rest there. So see if you could kind of find that spot. You work with just slight movements of the spine, just slight reorientation, sort of like fine-tuning. There's an energetic sweet spot in us. Now I'm doing this in a chair. If people are seated on the floor, you can also, you find that spot. It's warm, it's full, it's aligned. And we learn to place our awareness there. It sort of floats on it, on top of it, but also in it. And we learn simply to rest there. And it's not a boring place. It's not a void. There's a fullness and embrace. Well, in many ways, it's like a room that's nicely warm. It embraces us. It's not too hot. There's still fresh air. But it's like an energetic covering around our body. And the warmth, the consciousness, pregnant essence of the energy of what we are, divine life incarnating here, that touch of divinity that gives us life, that consciousness, the soul. Yes? We just energetically touch in. We could stay there for a long period of time, minutes, hours. You do retreats for days and weeks and months, I guess. And it's not boring, because we are connecting with an energy that's very full. There's a felt sense. So in a way, the object where we place our meditation, because this is a but we're not meditating on. Meditation, not the right word on this. Where we sit in the stillness has a warmth, and so we are there in the warmth. We're not in a void. We're not in an open space. It's very pregnant. It holds. And we can rest there. And it actually enriches. It doesn't deplete. And by resting there, in that stillness, and if also your hands are touching the fingertips, you don't have to, but they can, your body discharges energy, frequencies that it's been holding, because we're resonating with our alignment, and what's not aligned or resonant of the frequency of what we're touching into just radiates out without our conscious effort. We don't need to do anything, we're just there, and naturally just by touching in and resting, things leave. Hurt, tension, higher frequencies, pain in our bones, from all that tension we hold. I'm feeling a lot of tension clearly, but people feel what they feel, and that openness to that, it just naturally happens. And quite quickly, it shows how foreign these things are to our body. We're not meant to hold these things. We hold too much, and it causes pain, mental, psychological, physical, and it feeds back. Our battery is not meant to hold these things for weeks, lives, years, lifetimes, and to pass it on to future generations. It's not a Duracell battery good for 10 years holding a charge. It wants to release right away. Things we encounter are meant to arise. We see it in presence, capital P, and then off it goes. Awareness, alignment, consciousness, awakeness, and we don't hold on. Doesn't mean we forget, but the energy of what it is, the reaction to what it is replaced by presence, and it passes through. That is what's meant to happen. What happens is we hold on to it, our reaction, the trauma, what happened, and our batteries fill. So when we sit in calm presence, we permit our body to release, and we find calm, peace, wholeness that we've been seeking. In the way, the divine journey, when we seek to connect to something greater than ourselves, something bigger, both a spiritual or religious perspective. We're seeking some wholeness that we're lacking. Feel that disconnectedness. And really, what we're doing here is we're dropping into it by letting go of the speediness of our lives, letting go of the unending mental continuity of thoughts and movement. We're learning to be still, learning to still our minds, still our movement. We're learning to be calm. And as we calm our movement, we're able to resonate with what we are inside. Because the movement, the distortion, everything that clutters us settles. It's like having dirt in a glass of water and we shake it up. It's cloudy and we can't see the bottom of the glass. We can't see through the glass. But as we allow the glass to stand still, the dirt settles and we're able to see clearly the bottom and to see through the glass. And what we see at the bottom is not nothing. There's a lot there. That presence, the warmth, the wholeness that's always there. And as everything that keeps us from resonating with it settles, a lot of it's actually released. It's not that it settles on the bottom, so the analogy does not fully hold. It's that it's released through the glass, through our bodies, because it's foreign. It doesn't belong there. And it radiates out energetically. And then we're able to see what we are at our core. So find that spot slightly forward. Feel that warm energy, that place of wholeness, safety, and with a soft breath, relax and let go into it. See if you can rest there for a couple minutes. very pregnant space. In a way, the space is very similar to the Aleph, whole, warm, present. But we are manifested, so it radiates purity. It's perfectly healed. Its source, it's continuous. It's self-generating. It doesn't run out. We don't pass through it. And when we connect with that, we realize we have all that we need to heal within us, because it's harmony. It's aligned. It's divine. That inner cathedral within has everything we need. It's God's gift to us. It's the covenant of His promise that He's here with us, in relationship with us. It's the core of life. Our souls, our very existence, that transcends our bodies, that lives when our bodies are no more. It's who we are at our core. And when we live from that place and it floods us, heals us, and our minds calm in it, and our minds are now of the frequency of that place, not of the distortion or the trauma or the pain or the worry or the doubt or the anxieties of life, our past, our future, our present. But when that frequency from within that's always there, always has been there, always will be there, is the frequency of our minds, which form a lot of our personality, emotions. Resonates with that inner cathedral, we become the best form of ourselves. Our siphirots, our consciousness, our chakras are in alignment. Our personalities are in alignment. And we radiate, and we become what God always intended us to be. Pure reflections of Himself but in our individuality, in what makes us all unique and beautiful and special, the many facets of His creation. So I guess this is a practice of being that just came forward right now. Well, Shalom and Amen. So if we take a deep breath and come back from this, you could rub your legs a little bit. I like putting my hands over my eyes and massaging them a little bit. That always helps. Kind of move my hands over the front of my face and the front a little bit. That always feels kind of nice. So I did not plan to do that, and I'm glad it happened though. I was praying on how to lead into our teaching of the Aleph, and this is sort of what manifested, and it's actually perfect. Because what we tapped into here is a sacred vibration, a sacred being that was in us, that's woven into the very essence of who we are. And as we round out the teaching on the Aleph, and I wanted to sort of mention a few things to really try to touch into its essence, what it is. And how that really signifies our relationship with God, how that connects with us. Touch in on some important things from last week, but really kind of complete the teaching. So, the Aleph, first letter in the Hebrew alphabet that has no sound. It has no sound. We call it an Aleph because we have to name it, but the letter itself has no sound. So normally it's A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. All the letters have a sound. This one does not have a sound, but we call it an Aleph. And if you just hopped into these teachings, I suggest you listen to a couple of the teachings over the last couple of weeks to have an understanding of how it fits in. I have not had yet the opportunity to put them in different parts and organize them a little bit. So they're still all in the live section of the YouTube channel. They're not yet in the video section for the last couple of weeks. So you'll find them all in the live section if you want to go back. So the Aleph is really charged with a sacred vibration that's woven into its fabric because of the devotion over centuries and our intent that we've placed in it. And in Hebrew, the letters are considered to be channels of divine energy. Each letter creates a vibration, and combinations of letters, like the divine names, are seen as powerful vessels of divine energy. There's an early mystical text that says the universe was created through the 22 Hebrew letters as vibrations, patterns, and sort of sacred divine energies. So there's a history with letters and what they hold. And first there came God. So the Aleph is really associated with divinity that has no name, because it's before there was sound, there's before there was a name. It's before this duality of this universe came into being, the split into different things. Positive, the negative, light and dark, form and formless, space and matter. It's a non-dual, just existence. But then you can't describe it as existence, and it has no name because it's beyond thought and thinking. It's just what the source from where it all came. And so the Aleph is seen as a symbol of oneness, balance, and a unification of opposites. It has 3 Hebrew letters. The Yud, it's the letter on the left. Well, in Hebrew it's from right to left, so let me just do it from right. So there's a Yud on the right, there's a Vav, it's the line that's diagonal, and then there's a Yud again on the far left. And what it symbolizes is the connection of the higher and lower worlds. Right? So the right Yud is the higher world. The left Yud is the lower world. Well, I guess you could also flip it. Right? We connect from the lower world on the right to the higher world. And the dash, the Vud, is the connection between the two. What gave us life and us who get life from the source. Our connection to God that is unbroken. That's, for me, what it symbolizes. And through what I'm going to say today, hopefully we will see, and I've said for the last couple of weeks, how regardless of the separation we feel, and regardless of the distortion from perfection that this world seems to embody, there's always that connection of life, and with God, because we exist. Things move, cells are alive. There's still beauty and love here, which is the essence of God. So there's sacred objects that are wrapped using specific Hebrew letters, Torah scrolls, sacred books of the Bible, are written in a perfect letter way by people who are especially trained, and that's all they do for their whole life, because the letters themselves are considered to be sacred and they hold energy. There's letters that are put on amulets or rings because they hold the energy of that, and it empowers them, like the names of God and things like that. And it carries that blessing through their day to help sustain the person, because it holds power and presence. It can protect, can heal, something beyond ourselves. Yes? So the Aleph is not divine, though, but it's been used for millennia to point towards the divine. And it's been used through prayer, memory, and reverence. So it's become a vessel of that. We've empowered it to those things, And therefore, by that being done, it connects that frequency to that frequency. Yes, that is possible. Yes, that's how it works. Take my word for it until you're able to understand energetically and through your own experience. But it opens sort of channels to those things by people's, mystics, priests, normal people, having seen this letter as being that and oriented themselves in that way. And God has allowed it to become that sort of doorway and gateway towards Him, because that's how we've chosen as one of the ways that we try to return to Him, to connect with Him. So there's a sort of two-way street going on. So it's a gateway to the presence of God that's before words were spoken, to the very essence of what He was and is, that's before or beyond the creation, beyond this dualistic world, how He still is in a way. Yes? And how everything was before that separation, where we were given space to exist. So it's the very core, sort of ground zero, so to speak. And it's where there's still stillness. The shape resonates with the stillness that is pregnant. And we look upon it, breathe with it, so we remember the presence, with a capital P, presence, that's beyond all form, everything that exists. We remember God, that's behind everything. Our thoughts, our bodies, our world, our breath, the air we breathe. In a way, God is all around us. And we're trying to remember that. And as we remember that sacred truth, we're able to connect with it. Because if you don't know it and you don't see it, how do you have a relationship with it? How do you connect with it? How do you move in that direction? But by having an understanding that that's true, which I've tried to show over the last couple of weeks, and we'll point to it today, again, one is able to engage with Him by the understanding that He never left. We've merely become disconnected, and we could reach not too far away from where we are. In that resonance, that engagement that's very present in our lives is what we've sought. And we learn to walk through that gateway. And it's not so much above and outside. It's right here. It's right inside that presence we feel. So the Aleph is not God. We need to be very clear as to what it is and what it isn't. That is not God. But it's a pathway to remembering God, remembering the essence of what God is and where we came from. And through its sacred use through millennia, it vibrates with a blessing that a symbol would not normally hold. and the blessing deepens each time it's used in truth, love, and silence. Now, one could also add, if one believes that the symbol was created and it holds a certain vibration by its essence of its creation, then you have two ways of seeing it. It inherently has a blessing and vibration, but we've also brought our sacred use, which itself upholds and increases or maintains our resonance with that vibration of blessing in God's presence. So we could see it in many different ways. But most definitely because people have engaged with it in that way. Even if it has been just a normal letter, it would carry that frequency of God and of blessing and of His essence. And that's just the way those things work. Take my word for it. Okay? So God often waits in longing for us to reconnect. I've mentioned that many times. So when we move towards Him and wish to connect, He responds with His presence. He reaches out. So we get charged by Him, but we sort of need to love, have prayer and a longing to reach out. That reaching out is sometimes the first part of our journey. And for a while, we may not feel anything back. But honestly, true love never needs to necessarily feel like it's reciprocated. A prayer sometimes can just send out, and we're happy to send it out, even if we don't feel or anything back. And we could have that longing and desire that's true to us, that's complete in itself without having that bounce back. And sometimes the road, the path, is like that for a while. But it's pure and perfect and beautiful. Because the heart and desire to connect with God is there. And God sees that. And God does reach back. And we do connect with Him. And we do receive blessings. And we are seen, even if we may not feel it. Okay, that's one level. Some people, and I'm hoping it will become all of you, you do feel the presence back. You do feel that connection. That is the whole purpose why I'm speaking into a microphone on YouTube. Because I wish everybody to have that feeling and sense and feel the love back, feel the prayers and answers back, and feel the love of God directed towards us. And there's no longer faith alone, but it's faith mixed with experience of having felt that. And that is completely unbreakable faith because you know it, you live it. The Shekhinah is in relationship with us, and we feel that. We are riding the chariot. We feel it. Or we're just in the presence of it. We feel the glow, the radiance. And it's very healing. And I think if people were able to feel what I showed in the meditation inside, we could see that as the Shekhinah that lives within us. And it doesn't impose on us. But the Shekhinah, she, female manifestation, presence of God, open, pregnant space of divinity. It's nothing to do with male or female, but I'm trying to show how these things work on different aspects of divine. So it's nothing to do with a male or a woman. So it's the open presence of divinity. And we, by living and touching into the Shekhinah, we can become the masculine manifestation of divinity, the outward action of what comes from that presence in our everyday lives and how we engage with our lives. But the core, where it comes from that presence of God that lives within. And when she's invited, where something is made ready through longing and prayer and reaching out, then she comes in and lives in us because we've prepared a proper place for it. In Exodus 25, chapter 25, verse 8, make for me a sanctuary, and I will, excuse my French, make for me a sanctuary, and I will dwell within them. And so on the path, what we're doing is we're working on our sanctuary, our body, our lives. Well, rather, so it becomes a sanctuary. We're working with our space, who and what we are. And we're learning to purify, to realign. And through that realignment, we're able to connect with God. And it's not so much that He doesn't dwell within us, is that we can't feel that He does dwell within them. So we feel that disconnection. But if we don't feel it and we don't resonate and we don't live with it, so in a very real way, energetically, He does not dwell within us. Because that vibration, that presence, isn't where we are. And so we could view it from the outside in, but we could also see it from the inside out, that it's so covered. The 24 karat gold is so buried in the dirt of our being that we don't see it or feel it on the surface. And so we're learning to excavate, to realize that God is both within and without, both, neither, but still existent. So that non-dual aspect, that beingness, where there is no separation from any sort of disconnection. We're in that symbiotic relationship. And so when we say yes and we open ourselves to Him, we enter into the relationship of our longing, the desire to feel whole, that permeates human existence, I think, for everyone, trying to find whole with a partner, trying to find sense of wholeness through food, or going into beauty, trying to find calm. So we calm ourselves so we could radiate that wholeness through us and into our lives. A little bit of what we've been touching into at that meditation practice at the beginning. Right? So I would rather say it may be a consciousness practice. We don't meditate on something. Yes, so this is a point. This is why I've hesitated using the word, but maybe a better way is to define how I mean to use the word. There's meditating on and contemplating on, and people confuse the two. Contemplation is when you think of something and you analyze it. Right, so I meditated on it. A lot of it's in the common usage of the word. That means I thought about it and I analyzed it and I came maybe to a conclusion, or at least I thought it through. Well, technically that's a contemplate. You contemplate on something. Meditating has no contemplation. It may have a focus, but it's not really using the mind to think about something. So it's using an Aleph as a form of meditating, as a form of connecting, as a form of presence. Something beyond analysis. Yes? It's sort of a metaphysical practice, and we call it meditation. It could be a prayer practice, and we call it meditation. But there's no contemplation involved. There are contemplation practices which I haven't really taught yet because I don't want to create that confusion between meditation and contemplation. The Aleph is before thought, before energy, before light, what it symbolizes. Before creation, it's at the core of everything. So it is really pure and unconditional presence. Before there was even the notion of what presence or not presence was, it's literally the beingness. Being, B-E--dash-I-N-G, or the isness, I-S-N-E-S-S. And I would put a capital B and a capital I. Beyond words, but we're pointing to it. And so when we do the Aleph practice, it allows that essence that's not nameable or describable of what God is. It allows it to sort of infuse in us, to come in, to mix with us, the essence of God. The use of mantras, the names of God in various combination, helps bring in that energy, bring in that relationship. Yes, but it's always sort of been there, but it allows us to bring out that connection, bring out that relationship with divine frequency, to unearth, to dig up the dirt, to see the 24-karat gold within. Yes, and then we could also think it's without the practices of devotion, study, mitzvot, exterior actions. But I would say this is an interior action that's aligned and engaged. Prayer, mitzvot, helping someone, keeping sacred days holy, study. All this helps resonate our energy and aligns it with God. And then the breach, the disconnection is healed. And the lines flow. Yes. Here it is. Right? Tree of life in its perfected state, which can be our perfected state. That's the core when we're in alignment and everything flows. And it doesn't mean we all go back to the same thing. Everybody has a different aspect of personality, different balances. This is why we're all unique, right? And we're just purifying to the best form of our uniqueness. The certain special beauty that God has given to each and one of us. The traits, the laughter, or somebody might be more intelligent, the personality, how we like to engage. Some may be music, some may be, well, it could be the practice of medicine or law. It's how one chooses to live in the way that suits them and their alignment and in their construction. And so in a very real way, the clearing and purifying a tree of life is really, it's the walk home to God. It's the path. It's that unearthing of all the schmut and dirt on the walls of our cathedral, of all the footsteps of the people who've walked on this, all the dirt and the pollution and everything we've accumulated and what our ancestors have accumulated, what's been put on us. Before, just as when we were being made in the womb, and we learn to clear and to clean and to realize at the core of us is a beautiful, beautiful sacred cathedral. At the core of us, there are rainbows. Let me find this image, which I didn't think I was going to show today. I tried to fix it, but I couldn't. Programs nowadays are a blessing, but sometimes it's hard to fully make them perfect. So you take them for what they are. Let me see here. It's a little far back. Where is it? Here we go. It's not fully perfect image, but it gets the sense. I think the human body is a little off in it, but it's really the intent of what it signifies. That's the tree of life when it's aligned in us. And that is possible. We call that a living saint. Somebody at the high level of enlightenment. There are different levels. Yes, there are different levels. Yes. That's the path. That's the goal. That's Eden before the fall. That's us in Eden before the fall. It's the alignment in divinity at our core. It's our inner cathedral when it's been cleaned. So the question is, do we say yes to becoming a sanctuary? Do we say yes to the path of wholeness? It's really what we really desire, ultimately. The feeling whole, complete. It's the basis of consumerism. It's the basis of everything, in a way, of things that are unbalanced. And also the balance of trying to find meaningful relationships and friendships and meaningful connection. It's a sense of trying to find that wholeness that we seek. And the wholeness has always lived within us. This is how yogis and monks and even people in our society can feel complete in and of themselves, because it lives within ourselves and they've learned to connect with that. So the question is, do we say yes to that? Do we choose to open ourselves up to God? And connecting with the Aleph is saying, yes, I wish to connect. And we honor it. We give it meaning. And in response, because we choose to connect with it in that way, then we connect with the divine presence that had entered that meaning. So if you don't know what it is, it's right. So you know nothing about it, right? Most of us did not know anything about it, unless we grew up Jewish, right? But once you learn what it is, it gives it meaning. Otherwise, it's just a very interesting symbol of something, and we don't know what it is, and it has no meaning for us. So there is a certain, what do we bring to it on our own end? This is why I spent so much time trying to give an understanding as to what it is, because we need that. Otherwise, it's just squiggles on a photograph or on a page. It's meaningless. It doesn't signify anything in and of itself. It may be very beautiful and very interesting and like, whoa, this is really nice, right? I find great beauty in it. A lot of beauty in it, in fact. But what does it mean? So we have to bring it from our own end. So if we honor it, bring it meaning, through our understanding of what it is, it becomes that for us. And that's needed. So we have to reach out and open ourselves to that, decide to open ourselves to God, and then it unlocks and opens to us. And as I described earlier, the symbol itself is empowered, and it also has a divine engagement with it, and the letter itself is sacred. People for centuries treated it sacred. God has woven itself into that because of us treating it as sacred. And the Hebrew alphabet and the Aleph in particular are considered to have divine. It's a sacred language. Certain languages in the world, it's sacred. It's by its essence. It has a frequency of how it resonates by its construction. If you believe that, I do. And as you go in and you understand, it's through the sounds and how it's done, the certain tones. It's a beautiful thing to understand and come to understand, but it has that. So there's really three things coming from that helps that engagement. It's not just us bringing that, though very much so that can really work as itself. So it's important to have that open heart, because then we invite the Shekhinah of what that is. We invite what that represents, and we invite that energy that through our desire to resonate with it. Yes? I'm clicking away here. Bring us back to the Aleph. So that's sort of how that's important here. No, why can't I get this aligned? It puts us into balance. Yes. So I try to have these things in balance. No, it's not cooperating. Well, I hope it's centered. So, in a way, like these images, I try to center it from left and right. So it's balanced. It's centered. We're trying to really center ourselves into that central column where it's not too much in one direction, out of balance, out of frequency. Yes. Wisdom, understanding, right action, right speech, right conduct, doing what's correct, not too little, not too left, not enough. You know, sometimes it's not proper not to speak out. Sometimes it's not proper not to act given a situation. So it's not just refraining, it's the right way of acting and not acting. Not acting out of anger, but sometimes you have to act directly and sharply, like to a child who's about to stick his finger into a plug. And it would not be proper just to stand back and do nothing and to watch it happen. Do you see? So there's the balance, or say it softly, that it doesn't really mark the child. Do you see? So they don't do it again when you're not looking. So it's that skillfulness on the proper balance of the sifrots, on our personality, that there's a certain union of our rider and our horse that's balanced with the Shekhinah. And we've learned to master our body and our minds and our personalities, so we are in that balance. Yes? These are the things that have been taught to me, but as well as what I've discovered on my own. It's a way of learning and engaging and realizing by understanding we're able to engage in a certain way, in a whole way, by the symbolism of what these things show, what they mean. Without the understanding, it's a very beautiful image, but yet it looks mystical, it looks religious, it looks kind of awesome, kind of looks like a really good movie you want to watch. But what does it mean? It's alignment. We ride our energy in a proper way. We ride our lives in a proper way. We manage our inclinations in a proper way. We're not, and it's in the right direction, at the right speed. We're balanced in the horse. He's not falling from the horse. He's completely aligned, even though the horse has his legs upwards. Yes, that's possible. I had a horse that used to love to buck. You can ride through it and you don't get thrown. People ask me, how do you not get thrown? Why are you riding that horse? I said, because I would find it boring if the horse didn't have a very spicy personality, and I don't get thrown is because I don't resist the movement. As you see, when he moves and does this, I'm literally moving along with him. It was actually a her, I think. Yeah, it was a her, female horse. And therefore, I remained in balance. And we had a very close, very loving relationship. And the people who supervised us were shocked because everybody always kept that horse. For the first thing, they said it wasn't fully rideable, which I took that as a challenge. And after a couple months, I used to put the halter, the little rope that you guide a horse with when it's not wearing the reins, before you put on the saddle and the bit in its mouth where you could guide it. I used to put the rope of the halter around its neck. And normally this horse would run away and it would just follow behind me. And they'd be like, you can't do that, it's going to run. And I'm like, is it running? They're like, oh my God, how'd you do that? I said, trust and love. The horse loves and trusts me because we've entered into that kind and accepted its more wild ways. And that I saw the beauty in it. But she never tried to throw me off. Well, at the beginning she did. But after a while, there wasn't that. We learned to ride ourselves. We ride our emotions. Or are we ridden by our emotions? Are we on top of our emotions, or are our emotions on top of us? Are we on top and riding our actions, or are our actions riding us? Do you see? Have we learned to have our energies stay, become, well, for lack of a better word, domesticated? That horse became, well, I would never say she was domesticated because she had her own individuality and was never subservient to me, but domesticated in the sense that she learned to stay. She walked right behind me. She followed. There was a certain control and balance and alignment to what's proper and correct, and also for her better good. And that's how we learn to engage in our lives, by realizing that that symbol behind the rider, beautiful, is almost like the Aleph, or could be the Shekhinah, or you could put an Aleph there. That's our touchstone, our alignment, our place to resonate from, that infuses that wholeness into our lives. And it's from that wholeness that we have that whole energy that animates, guides, and we manifest through our lives into our actions and thoughts and into our world. Yes. And it's whole, it's loving, it's warm, it's not depleted, it's not sterile. It has the embodiment of life and love and God in it. But when we're off, it's distorted. When we're not resonating with it, it's distorted. The siphobotes get dirty, they get clogged, and we're off. Our decisions are off, the results are off, and there's no shortage of examples in this world, both personal, societal, health, and everything else, that shows what can manifest when things are not in alignment. And the path, which is so beautiful and honorable, is when we learn to turn into those energies and find our healing and our alignment, and choose not to be ridden, but we learn how to ride them, how to domesticate them, how to channel the wild and make it workable, and find the harmony in ourselves to ride it in a proper way, and in a way domesticate the wild aspects, the off aspects, the dangerous aspects in ourselves. The Aleph is really divine wholeness personified. So we meet it, we meet Him. It's the breath of life before there was breath, before there was movement. It's really the first shimmer of the source, first inclination to manifest, before there was an inclination. The names of God, Yahweh, Hashem, Elohim, Adonai, are relationship constructs. When there's a relationship, there's attributes of mercy, judgment, creation, presence, different vibrations associated with them. They came from the Aleph. They arise within duality between God and our world, the speaker and the listener. But the Aleph is not a name. It can't really describe God, because it's undescribable at this level. It doesn't speak of Him. There's no sound. but it rests in the moment before speech, before movement, before creation. Like the name Yahweh, Yahweh, there's attributes, there's a personality. He's all over the Tanakh and the Torah, the Old Testament. You see, there's a way, if you look at Elohim, how he's the name of God and how that's used in the Torah. There's a certain way, or Abba. There's different currents. There's different ways why one word is used here and another word used here. You can get an understanding. The Aleph isn't that. It's not situational. It hasn't landed. And it allows us to return to God, to a place where there's no separation. No need for attributes or qualities, what it is or what it isn't. There's no veil there. There's no real concepts. Though I'm trying to describe it and trying to point to it, but really it's beyond everything that I've kind of said. But I'm trying to situate it in a certain way, but yet everything I've said in one way just kind of fails. Because I can't really put my finger on it. But I hope now you kind of have an understanding as to why it's beyond all this. And then when we embrace that mystery, that divine mystery, and we learn through practice and through deepening our understanding, we could enter a relationship with God by using this method. And it helps us connect with the wholeness within ourselves and outside of ourselves. So the different names of God are doors we can walk through. The Aleph is really the silence that's inside the sanctuary. You walk in, the Aleph is the silence of that inner presence that can't be described but can be felt. It's the core of our cathedral. The names help us with our sifrots to line up, to clear through its frequencies, to help us align, and the Aleph does the same as well. But the names can fall away. The Aleph will always remain because that's where the names came from. The names are manifestations of the core presence. It's the basis of everything there is. Not doing a good job clicking today. Can't seem to find. Let's see here. There we go. It underlines everything in the tree. We remember that God is the source, that it all came from Him, and He's still in every aspect, at the base of it. The separation isn't what we think, I've discovered in my personal journey. And many traditions teach this. Even if the sifrots above are dirty, murky, half broken, juice is not moving, and you're bouncing from one extreme to the next, on the left side to the right side, there's always a little bit of that current going down the center. The Merkava chariot is always kind of there. There is movement. Jacob's ladder always sort of is there, whether we realize it or not. Otherwise, we wouldn't be alive. But at the core of beneath all that distortion and damage and misalignment, which we shouldn't take, we should just not take judgment of that, but just work on improving it. And for some of it, we're definitely not responsible. But it's not helpful to think that way. We just work on how do we return in alignment. It's always there, that alignment. If we resonate with that flow, that blessing that's deeply within, the source of healing is within us. That energy permeates up as we connect, and naturally, without effort, brings us back into alignment. And that's blessing, that presence of God, as symbolized by the Aleph, is always there inside. That bottle with the dirt moving around, when the dirt dissolves, when it moves out of the bottle and dissolves, when the water is clear, what we really see is what the Aleph represents. It's what I've been trying to describe. That's what's at the bottom of the glass. And then this movement and clarity for it to manifest throughout the glass, through the water, our bodies, and out into our world. And we heal ourselves, our families, and our world. Why don't we take a moment here and have a 10-minute break, and we will continue. So 9:22. Okay. Okay. So if people could make their way back if they're still out doing their things. Okay, so as always, I've gotten ahead of my notes. So let's be quickly, I kind of want to go through everything to kind of I spent a good amount of time preparing, so I want to say everything. So the Aleph is really the silence inside the sanctuary. So if anyone's ever been in a sacred place, a temple, church, sacred site, if you sit in silence, you feel something. The presence of wholeness, holiness, sacred. We call it holy and sacred. And in a way, by resonating with the Aleph, we're able to tap into a sacred stillness. And it's a practice in a way of all practices, because it returns the soul to the place before naming, before there was division, before even light and sound took shape. And it's not necessarily a technique, and it's not necessarily a symbol to worship, and you definitely don't worship it. But you treat it with respect and reverence for what it represents, what it's pointing towards, what's resonating with it, with the sacredness of the syllable that's empowered through our practice and through the intent behind it and the sacred letter. What it is really, in many ways for us, a gesture of us returning, a remembering, a resting into that which was before the first breath of creation, where nothing needs to be said, because everything was held, is already held, and is currently being held, whether we realize it or not. And we're remembering this by resonating with the Aleph. And it doesn't pull us into something that's abstract, but it reveals that God has never left. And this is why the Aleph tree of life, which I've created, is so pointing towards that. And you can download it on the website. It is a reminder that underneath it all, there is God. And underneath it all, we can connect with that energy that emanates, that holds up, that is beneath and throughout it all. Ourselves, our world, all of existence. Because if we remember, the tree of life discusses all that is created. Yes. Decided I'm having problems with finding the right picture this morning. Here we go. Right? Each rainbow light is, and the circles, is a Sephiroth. Remember, the upper three Sephiroths are the upper three circles, right? And the rainbow lights are the lower Sephiroths. The creation from the Aleph at the center that gave rise to everything, down to us, and us rising back up to Him, which sort of shows the path element in a way. And the Merkava going from up and down in this relationship, whether it be... So in a way, it's showing that the Sephiroths are pure at the foundation with the rainbow lights, that the blessings of God are present in the world. But what's our alignment at the bottom to be able to touch in with that? And the path is to open and to release and to fly, meaning increase of vibration, letting go of the baggage so we're able to resonate to the truths that are buried underneath in a way, or can seen from above as well. Is it above? Is it below? Is it both? Is it neither? Right? You don't conceptualize it. You just open. Yes? This is the image of creation, how we fit in, and what's going on. It's the Sephiroths are very much all in this image. Yes? In the central column. It's the center. And the purity of each Sephiroth on the left and on the right, you see, balanced, whole, equilibrium, centered, connected. All right, so I'm going to quickly try to go through this. Let's see here. So the Aleph is the silence within the sanctuary, within the very core of God and of us. So since it's the breath before form, the presence before the fall, it's not somewhere else. It's here. Everything came from it. It's in your breath when you're shaking. It's in your heart when you feel unworthy. It's in your doubt, in your failure, in your fatigue, in your tears. It's in the stillness at the center of all movement. It's always with you there. It's the balance that's within. It's the comforter that is within us that we seek so much from outside of us. The healthy forms of it outside, practice, nature, religious reading, friendships, laughter, help us resonate with those qualities within. If the qualities within did not exist, there would be nothing for it to resonate with or to feel outside of ourselves. Because they trigger a feeling, a sense within us. So the true source, in a way, has always been within us. The nectar, the basis of it is here. And the Aleph doesn't ask you to get pure first to be able to resonate with it. It just asks you to stop running away, to stop ignoring it, but to return, to remember, to turn towards it. Because it's still there, but we just need to turn our attention in the direction of the God that lives within, the Shekhinah that lives within. And that provides the healing that permits us to become, for lack of a better word, purer. It means we don't need to earn our way back. God is always present with the outstretched hand. By turning, we gain that connection. By walking the path, how to explain it? Well, if you think you're unworthy at the beginning, by walking your path, you become worthier. You see, by turning within and connecting, you get the sense of feeling more worthy. By doing the walk, but if one doesn't feel worthy enough, then how do you approach to really tap into the power of approaching that helps us heal very quickly? It's a quick path. It's the quickest way, because you're dealing energy with energy, pure energy meeting disturbed, murky, blocked energy. It's like you have murky water with a lot of dirt, right? So you could try to filter and do everything with the murky water, which is really great. Or you could try to put it, so a glass of murky water, or you could put it into a couple gallons of very clean spring water. Well, very quickly, you're not going to see the murky water because it's in a whole ocean of cleansed water. It just dissolves away. It's not there anymore. In this way, when one does these practices of mantra and the Aleph, turning into the sacred, we quickly resonate with something that's so pure and open and whole that it's able to quickly realign us, because its presence is that strong in a very healing way. That's the power of turning towards, because we have that available as sort of our inheritance, as our way home. We're turning towards the Sephirots that are underneath it all, which is God's presence from the start. Because ultimately, when this dimension goes away, because what's created, eventually might be probably uncreated, right? Because it came from something, dualities may shift. At the core, what upholds this duality is God. Come from God, we return to God, right? And so we remember that this is here. Without this underneath our body, underneath our sephirots, disturbed or not, there would be no us. And so we're learning to turn and resonate with that and realize that it's really the source we're returning to, and the most amazing way to return. That connection we seek. As we turn towards Torah, we turn to mitzvot, turn to prayers and songs, to nature, turn to love, compassion, and peace. We are resonating to that divine Aleph, to the divine manifestation of God. Whether we realize it or not, we're taking and cleansing that dirt. And this is a practice where we can turn energetically through the use of our mind and the placements of our thoughts and meditation, and even outside contemplating it. Like we're listening about this now, we could go back, listen, and contemplate, sort of mentally chew on it, to deepen our understanding, to see if you agree or disagree. Yes, to see, does the logic hold? Does this hold theologically, according to tradition? Does it point to things? Is it helpful? Hopefully it's helpful. The path inward, the path of those who live a life turned inwards of understanding, of intent, of calm, of direction. So when we do this, timelines collapse. Our exile from what's really life, connection with God, ends. Burdens lift, they're released. Our energy that holds us, that burdens us, radiates away, and we feel like a balloon that's been tied down to the earth, finally is released, and we begin to rise. We're like that bird that's sort of stuck on the ground, has problems flying, the heaviness, the illness, but suddenly it's able to take flight a little bit, and then suddenly all life comes back into it because it's meant to fly, and then it soars. And it never comes back in that way on the ground because it's now realized its birthright. We become the eagle that soars and does its shriek throughout the forest of its declaration of life and of power and of strength and of alignment. And eagle's very aligned, very precise. And it balances its wings and learns how to fly using different things, and it's in balance. And we no longer seek God because we're aligned with God. And we realize Him, that He's in our thoughts as we speak. And He's also in the silence between our words, in the space between our thoughts. He's in our thoughts itself. That in anything there is no separation. And we live in that embodiment to the source. And we become increasingly more and more like a full Emmanuel manifestation, a being who lives in alignment with God. All right. I am way ahead of my notes as always. Let me quickly try to sign up. I'll catch up here. Oh, I am way ahead of my notes. Hold on. I did not climb a mountain to meet God. I remembered the breath and what was within me, and the mountain stood up in me. That's profound. I did not climb a mountain to meet God. I remembered what was within me, the breath of life within me, and the mountain stood up in me, where I could meet God. In the way the Shekhinah, presence of God, in the way that burning bush can be within us, that holy fire within us, that present, sacred, undescribable presence of God, where we can relate with Him, is very much within us. We look for burning bushes outside of us, and we may find some, but there's always that holy fire within of the Shekhinah, of God's holy presence, that chariot in which the very embodiment of Him is, which we can relate to, and it's that inner presence. If we pray at a sacred site, we are praying in that site. We may pray towards what an object represents, towards the being that's presented in an object or space or symbol. But if you think of the prayer is generated within us. And we're sending it out. We may think we're sending it outside, and we could be. But if we can learn to send it out into a space of God. Yes? So as a young child, in my bedroom, in a house that felt very energetically cold, the prayer was inward. I faced a wall when I prayed, and the prayer was inward. There was no space outside particularly to pray. And one realizes that God, there's a space inside us that's connected. You transcend your body and you realize the prayer to God. You close your eyes, and I used to say, "Dear God." So, "Dear God, be with me today." That prayer is almost with the eyes closed, and in that space we cultivated at the beginning. You find that silence and that inner warmth within you, that core inside. You find that resonant space that where you relate to, and there's the spot where you can pray. Because then you're in front really of the holies of holy that can be found within you. At your core, there may be a lot of layers, things that aren't so holy, things that aren't so pure. But if we could find a center where we could start feeling something that's beyond that, something that's hidden, that's covered up, we can ask for it to become stronger in us, to heal the parts, so we can find that atonement, that repair, that tikkun ourselves, the healing, the repair, the reconnection, and the release to be able to transcend it into a new way of living. That path of redemption, the path of healing. So our sifrots can be the tree of life of the Alephs, beyond the rainbow colors and everything else. Yes? We have an image here which represents a path. See if I can work with this. So this is a beautiful path. It symbolizes a path. Now let me show you, try to show people who don't understand energy yet a little bit here. I'll try my best. How do I do this? Yeah, it doesn't want me to connect. There we go. No. Yeah, the program doesn't want to, is not cooperating. Shoot, I really needed to cooperate. I can't turn it off, I'll lose the connection. Hold on. Let me see here, one moment. See if I can go into the settings. Perfect. Let's hope we're all still here. I hope so. All right, let's see if that solved the problem. Okay, there's a reason. Bear with me here. I'm going to introduce the image. I think that'll solve the problem. No, that definitely solves the problem. All right, here we go. Perfect. Let's have a look at this. So, don't analyze, just look. Okay? So you want to look, and I'm going about it the wrong way here. Don't think. So this is energy. What do you feel? And don't even analyze that. Just have a, you look at a flower, you get a sense, right? You try not to name the flower red or think of the smell. You just look at it and you get a hit of what it is, right? The leaves, the flower, right? So we want to get an energetic hit of this. Okay? That's energy. You get energetic hits. All right, here. Okay. So take a breather. Try not to think. All right. So breathe and now get an energetic hit of this. Let's go back. This. Versus this. They're both correct. Nothing wrong with either one. What's the difference? Energetically, one has power and one doesn't. They're both powerful by the teaching, what it represents, the images. But as to real spiritual 100% oomph, the one with the gold does. One, contemplation with blessing. The other one has real spiritual power. It's next level, for me at least. Why? Because it's clear of the divinity. The gold should be 24 karat shiny gold. I didn't do it, and I worked quite hard to remove some of that, so it matches and merges with the existing picture and blends in. But the gold is 24 karat. It could be very matte. It's the essence of the Aleph we have. It's the Aleph, the source of all. And now the picture is fully complete. Because we remember clearly in the image that divinity is at its core, which was represented by the white, but there's something about having it in gold. It's clearly divine. It goes from symbolic to energetically so. Yes. An image like this can empower energetically because now it's plugged in fully, clearly. radically. It completes the sort of, has the full touchstone on which everything is built, the essence of God, of divine, before breath, which gave rise to the upper Sephirots. The I am, let there be light, after the last ring on top, the sort of orange one, which gave rise to the rainbow, which the rainbow, the basis of us and our world, and then us relating to it, aligning, trying to align and embrace it as part of our journey home, the basis of the path. Yes? Both images are perfect. There's just that extra level that's made clear by putting in the gold. And that's what we are making it very clear in our memory through our symbolism. Because when we look at something, it's not just our minds. We get an energetic hit from things, whether we realize it or not. People who are more empathic realize it and live from that place more than others. So by just looking and seeing the gold, our conscious and subconscious minds associates it with divinity, especially with an image like this. When we look at white, think of the color white. It's more sterile. Though it's not white, it's a white before color on the image. But that you have to understand the teaching behind it. But the color is white. Our eyes hear white, though it's not really white in the teaching. But we see it as white. That's how we can describe it on a printed object. Otherwise, there'd be nothing there. So we put it in as white. White is clear. It's sterile. It's an open field. The white of a nurse's outfit, of a doctor's outfit. White, purity, clarity, white. So we get that, but it makes it more on a teaching, contemplative side. When we put it gold, a whole different world opens in the image. And we begin to remember. Here we really, in the image, see what's at the heart without having to think. And that's the power of images. It's the power of having the right colors, how they're formed, how they're placed on the paper. Because when we look at them, we need to remember. We need to connect with that inner holy energy within us. So by connecting outside through our eyes, through a photograph, things on our shrine, through the Torah, through the reading, through sound and music, services, nature. I just heard a crow outside going, wah, wah, right? There's a purity in that sound. The tones are perfect. Reminded us of the beauty and sacredness and the wildness of nature. It's the balance of the animals, which are much more in balance than we are. We have a lot we can learn from the natural world. Transcendentalists, Emerson and Thoreau, there's a lot of that, an understanding and peace. And so we look without to find it within, to it resonate with us. So both images are available on the website. The one that's traditional that I found, and the one with the gold Aleph. I have the one with the gold Aleph on the wall of my shrine, off to the side. So you're welcome if you so choose to print it out. And I made the change most respectfully, and I hope everybody understands the intent behind it, just to make it very clear, the divinity, 24 karat gold of divinity that is the source of all. But both images are very good, so there's no commentary of the other one. They just they just have a slightly energetic thing, but they teach the same thing. The white one points to the gold one, but the gold one makes it explicit. And God knows we need everything to be as religiously explicit as possible because we're disconnected. And everything we could find that helps us, images, sounds, places we can go, rings, whatever we can to kind of bring us that energy to us so it could flow and vibrate in us, we try to seize. Because there's so much around us that's something else. So it becomes a window in the fog. It's a shimmer that reminds us that God is here. God's the source of all. He's in the rainbow. He's in the not-so-rainbow. He's here. He's here now. He's always here. And we only have to turn inwards to the breath to remember. We can turn outwards also to sacred images. It's both wings of the bird. I turned a lot inwards because the outwards was not as kosher as I would like it to be in that moment in my life. So I turned inwards. So I could personally vouch for this because I've lived this path. I am living this path. To my last breath, I will live this path. And it's the path to God, which now, thankfully, I have both the outwards and the inwards. But for a long time, I just had the inwards, and it is possible. It's very powerful because ultimately, the outwards has to engender change within us. It's an alignment of frequency. That's why we do the outwards. It's to help, to align our frequency to help us connect. This is also the way to also do the inwards. And people, in this day and age, the inward path is kind of lost. Sadly, it's lost. It's hidden. It's not here as much. And so this is what I share to remember. It's here in us, not always just out there. It's both. We could easier connect out there if we also have the resonance in here. And if we connect a lot out there and we feel that sacredness out there, well, if we contemplate it and look at it, we can realize that it feels like it's out there because we're feeling it in our body. Therefore, it has to be in us as well. Takes a little while. The first time somebody told me that, my brain gave an error 404. I didn't quite get it. It took me a while to understand that one. So it's the coming to understanding that God is not just before creation or not just after our death, but now in this moment, in this breath, in this body. That the Aleph breath, the first exhale, the first shimmer, the first I am, the first let there be light, is here. The light never stopped. The vibration from the speaking of let there be light, that momentum, that vibration hasn't left. It's here. It's pregnant in everything. Because if that vibration stopped, where would we be? It's the source that animates everything. And so this practice is not an attempt to summon God, to bring him forth, but rather it's to realize that we touch in to God because he's here, he's there, he's here, he's present, he's all around us. We are learning to touch in. It's a little bit of the path of the mystic, but But the mystics were correct. We can see that everything is an opportunity to connect with God. The act of charity and compassion connects us with the frequencies of God. Where His frequencies are, so is He. Because that resonance of compassion, love, and care are qualities of God. Therefore, that energy that we're emanating, that we're feeling, that care we feel that motivates us to act, is a divine frequency that lives within us. So as we contemplate, we begin to realize that there are layers that we haven't fully contemplated. And then we realize there are opportunities and ways through a different understanding that can involve the way we have been understanding it, but it's like also something additional that we could also bring in. I do not only advocate the inward path. We need all of it. The practice, the reading, the study, the care, the helping of others, the charity, the reading of sacred texts, attending services, saying outward prayers. All of it comes in. The lighting of the incense, the putting up of the incense. It's not only the external manifestation, but what does that do to our inner posture, our inner intent, our inner vibration, our inner direction? What are we trying to connect with when we do that? As well as the glorious, beautiful manifestation of releasing incense out into the air as a physical manifestation of prayer, of bringing God into this space. And glorious, beautiful. I love everything, that ceremony. Believe me, I love the outward manifestation. It's an offering of sacred and beauty to God through our actions. It's good mitzvot. It's wonderful. I love that. But then we also realize there's an inner as well that's happening at the same time. And we realize we could pray and have God outside of us. So beautiful, wondrous, magical. Oh my God. But we're remembering the source within that's also without. That doesn't need to be summoned or have an outward manifestation, because it lives within us and it lives outside of us as well. And we are always resonating with it, whether we quote unquote reach out to it or not. Just by resting present, it's always there. And that, my dear friends, is a realization. And it takes time. It's a frequency that opens a way of seeing. And when you're there, you simply rest in it. And it's a beautiful place to be. And you hop in and you hop out. You're there, you're not. You work with it. It's a balance. It's a dance. And one day, God willing, you'll live in there 24/7. And whatever happens in the world, you are always balanced, content, whole. Because that space from which you live really can't be shaken anymore. And that's a level of attainment. Yes? So the Aleph breath never stopped. It's an opportunity to touch base. It's to have a deeper alignment. Kavanah. To have a sacred remembrance. We do something with intention. not to escape the world, but to become more divinely embodied within it, in a fuller alignment, to ride that Merkava chariot, to be that rider in the horse, a divine embodiment. So we don't chant at God, we don't say mantras to God. We do that to align with God in breath, in body, in stillness, in voice, and in vibration. It's a prayer of wishing to get into ever closer relationship and frequency with Him. A pathway for bringing the living presence of God back into our lives. So that presence heals us, it guides us, it elevates us. Things that shouldn't be in the battery of our body, in the bones of our legs, where a lot of it is held. And I think for the women, have a lot in the pelvic bone as well. All that we hold releases through those alignment with a more divine, pure frequency that moves through our bodies. This is when I say, when we do a mantra, let go. It's like, this is where you let go and let God. You just do the practice and you allow it to do its thing. We work on the manifesting the energy through the sounds, through doing the practice, and we allow it to flow. At some point, we're not even realizing we're saying it, or we didn't realize that we stopped saying 20 minutes ago, but yet we're still feeling the energy, and we're making that energy continue moving with our intent after we've created it. And that energy is divine. It's God's presence through His name, through His vibration, that we've sort of cultivated, we've brought forth to be with us. And that itself brings us into alignment. It aligns the different hemispheres, the left and right columns, into a greater union, a greater balance. And we let go into that, and that is what heals us. It's a means. This is a technique. By using the very essence of what's holy and allowing it to bring us back into alignment. Yes? And one can say here, when one, here, decidedly I'm really here. Well, now it's not, none of them are in where they should be. Well, one moment. Decidedly. So as we're doing the practice of the Aleph or mantra, here, the vibration and sounds going through us is literally creating this in our bodies at that moment, whether we realize it or not. And it's empowering what is sacred within us, the aspects of God that's pure, the inner walls of our cathedral, which are really 24 karat gold. And it's causing that vibration to cleanse all the layers that's on top. So we could try from the top in, which in a way with the vibrations we are, but what it's doing at the core, we're actually activating what's really at our core and basis. And we're causing that to come forward more and more. So it's almost both. The vibration in our intent and the practice and its form activates sort of from our world the vibrational body, the sound, inwards, right? And by us reaching out, or reaching in rather, to do this, it sort of activates what's always there. And that 24 karat gold reaches out to us, and the purity within us sort of vibrates up, and there's a meeting of the two. So it's not just summoning God, which a part of us, we do intentionally. We're doing the practice. We wish God amongst us. It is an aspect of bringing God into us, because we are. It's a practice. We're bringing God into us. But I'm also reminding people to remember that from inside, there is that wholeness that we're asking to come forth. So is it from outside? Is it from inside? Is it both? Right? And ultimately, the Aleph reminds us that there's just God at the basis of all. Yeah? I'm doing this very carefully because I really wish to have a good structure of understanding, because this is a different way of seeing things. And it's not as common nowadays. It's existed in the past in different ways, and it's very powerful. And I think today we need it a lot. I needed it in the past. And it's a way to go about it, that even if you don't have a place to go to, even if you don't have access to teachers, and there are places in this world and blocks on the internet, which makes it hard, this is a practice that you could resonate at home with the right understanding and realize that it's within. It's a practice that even if you have all the help and the forms and the temples and the books outside around you to be able to learn from, that the contemplation and the prayer within is nourished by all these things. And by taking them in with intent and realizing the sacred of it, and not just doing it out of force of habit and quickly, but just trying to feel the frequency of it, the holiness that brings it within to a prayer through action and intent. It's very beautiful. I find it very beautiful to study holy texts, and I just, there's a lot of mundane things. You take time to just sit with the word is beautiful. In its elegance and its simplicity and its pure heart and the desire to learn and to understand better. It's a very beautiful thing. And it helps our vibration to connect and reduces the sense of separation, which in turn empowers us. I think I'm saying this many different ways, but I think I've kind of got it. So the Aleph comes from the Jewish tradition. It is not borrowed from another tradition. The reciting of names and sounds fully exist within the Jewish tradition, as well as other traditions around the world, indigenous and not indigenous. And it's the realizing that vibration carries power. And vibration and the power of frequencies that it engenders can have an effect on us. But the Aleph is really when we align with stillness, before vibration, before sound, and we resonate with what that is. It's a meeting in intimacy. It's a reverberation. Mantra, saying multiple names of God, is a reverberation, not necessarily a summons. It returns us to our body, our voice, our breath, as their place as a temple, as temples of presence of God. It restores our resonance, our engagement with, to a living frequency of God. It's not watching God from afar. We create a sacred ground. We resonate with the rainbow of purity that is here still, and realize the breath and the stillness of God is still here. And by doing this, it could change the entire structure of our spiritual, religious life. This is when people drum. Like, I have a beautiful buffalo drum. It connects me with life. I relax, I heal, I get centered. Haven't done it in a long time. But, people play instruments. Beautiful, aligned music. It changes the structure. It soothes us. It eliminates the imbalances. And hopefully we feel our heart. Why don't we take another, how about 5-minute break? And then I'll quickly just say the rest, because I've always jumped around and through and ahead and behind the notes. So I think I've said most of what I wish to say, but I want to just touch in to give a complete teaching, because next week and forward, we're going to work on the practices. But I really wanted to give an understanding of where I've been coming from for the last, 27, 28 months now? Boy, time flies. A lot of these things, if people have been with me for a while, see that I've been touching on these points. And it wasn't with an intent to lead here, because each week and each thing was in and of itself where I felt it fit in, or I felt called to say that then. But you're beginning to see the themes, and it's not themes or concepts that I've been creating and placing along the way, though I have been pointing to things. It's because it's, how to put it, it's the alignment of things. So even though if I spoke on different aspects, it always was on an alignment, because from my humble perspective, this is a proper alignment. There are other proper alignments on this planet. I'm not saying they're not practices, and we keep it to the Old Testament, right? The source of the Bible, and that's where I keep my focus. And it could resonate with other people, because everybody's welcome. But what I've pointed to shows a basic reality of also a truth that many of us have not considered, that's beneath the surface. And that's why it lines up with a lot that's been shared in different ways before, because it all lines up to a truth. It all shows a certain connection on how things are linked by energy and by intention, and a discovery of where that common source comes from. Yeah. And how outward forms and texts and sacred places are in relationship to that, and how our bodies, our minds, and emotions are in relationship to that. And so the Aleph tree of life really kind of points to that basic truth that it all came from what this represents, what manifests through that. Great. So when we do a 10-minute break, Okay. It'd be really helpful when I gave everybody 10 minutes if I actually look at the clock as to when the 10 minutes begin. I think I'm right around the 10-minute mark. And we're going to move on to practice really soon. Because all this, from my perspective, doesn't do a lot of good unless you try to connect with it. And with my notes, I'm in a good place, so I'm very happy. I touched on most of it, so give everybody a little moment, and I'm going to give some practical guidance. Well, I think all of this was very practical, but the prayer space. So in a way, we're reaching God by reconnecting, by purification, by healing what's been broken, clearing what's been muddied. We realize that the divine breath of life is still inside us. And we return to that purity, to that Eden, by clearing away the fog, not necessarily by fleeing the world. It's an internal journey, though it could always be helped by taking time for retreat and having a little space at the end of our day to kind of touch in and connect. And I wrote this morning to sort of encapsulate everything. We are healing, repairing, and restoring through God's presence. This is what makes this so quick, so powerful. Because we are not doing it only through our own efforts. We are bringing God onto the journey and bringing in those blessings, healing, and care, capital C, and forgiveness, and His desire, capital H, to heal and repair the connection with us. We do it with God, not from exile from Him, but with Him. God becomes a companion on our journey. And what I've personally discovered is that He can walk with us. And we don't have to do it alone. And as well, we have community to help us, to hold our hands, to guide us, to be with us when we need that guidance, that light. And we have spiritual religious leaders to help as well. So there's a lot there. But we should remember ultimately God is there. He was there at the beginning and He's here now. And that frequency, that consciousness, that holding of love and care and compassion towards us and with us is a resource we can tap into. There's a living radiance amongst us, a presence. So ultimately, the Sifirot is a concept, but it's a real one. It actually works. That's what makes it so powerful. But it's not so much all the teachings that come from it. We have to enter the tree, become the tree of life, dwell in it, embody it, realize the condition of what it is with us individually. And we learn to bring in that living presence and to repair it. And with our repair, we also repair the world, because our engagement with the world will be different. And we put out a better frequency. And what starts an individual ends up becoming the whole. And we could also have an engagement actively as well. And we bring in wholeness and all the different levels of trees of life that exist in this planet, depending on how one perceives it. And God begins the flow. We begin to live in a flow of the Shekhinah. And the Shekhinah and that golden chariot really begins to manifest more and more. One moment. Interesting. All the photographs I thought I would not show today, I am ending up showing. Because it's all connected. This is really the Aleph really manifested in our world. Now, the symbolism's Jewish, and the words, it doesn't mean anything what's around it. The programs only go so far. But this concept works for everything. It's the symbol of divinity. And ultimately, this is the Aleph manifested. It's what the Aleph gave birth to. And that frequency can become manifested in us and in our lives. And we can become that. It's how we choose to live. A rainbow is just not beauty. It represents covenant with God. The biblical roots to that I won't go into. And each color of the rainbow represents a frequency that we can choose to walk in or choose not to walk in. It's a language of alignment and purpose. Red as strength, green as compassion. We're red. Courage, strength to face the world and take the first step upward. Orange, sacred will, submission, surrender. Humbling the ego, speaking truthfully, aligning to God's will. Yellow, illumination and endurance, hope and trust, believing the light will guide you even through long, dry deserts. Green, heart opening, compassion, harmonizing self and others, loving from the heart without attachment. Blue, forgiveness, mercy, letting go of judgments, becoming wide and generous like the sea. Indigo, deep wisdom, intuition, vision, trusting the unseen moments of the Spirit. It's the inner vision that provides awakening, guidance, and a way forward. It's not often commonly seen. And violet is the surrender, the crown. Surrender to the divine mystery. And an acceptance that we're held by God's infinite, unknowable love. There are so many blessings along the path that we can work with, that helps bring us whole. And as we connect deeply inwards, these blessings and these ways of being become more and more manifested in our lives. And as opposed to being on a downward spiral, we are on an upward spiral to more and more light, higher and higher frequencies, and greater manifestations of becoming and of being and of manifesting. In a way, our ascent is a return spiral, bringing every color from which we came into obedience and light and the qualities of God, wisdom, compassion, love. And we cultivate a living presence within ourselves. We realize we're not separate from it, but we're deeply rooted in it, in humility, and we reach out in love. And our breath, our kindness, our justice, our prayers, they're the living branches of our tree. They're how it manifests our fruit. And we provide shade and shelter. We oxygenate the planet. We bring life and fresh air. And it's an intention. How do we choose to live? How do we choose to cultivate our lives? Rainbow becomes a sacred bridge of being. That is the covenant that we, by choice, decide to walk, to bridge our lives here on earth to a life in greater perfection in heaven, in Eden. And every choice we make through thought, word, or deed bends the light inside ourselves and in our world, which either strengthens or weakens the rainbow that we are creating. Every act of intention is a new covenant between our souls and God, between our souls and the world. It's every act and move and steering and braking and gear shift in our beautiful little cars affects the road we travel, the speed we travel, and directs our future. So we connect with the source of God in the Aleph. We stand in our tree, in our presence, in our lives, and we work to hopefully heal and transcend imperfections and healing with our intention and acts to unite with God's healing graces and bounties and blessings, which are represented in the rainbows in this beautiful, very, very extremely sacred image. So the Aleph is the breath we return to a still point before there was breath. The purity that's underneath our tree in our lives. And from there, we resonate with it to help assist us in our walk in these lives, to repair ourselves, to repair our world, to repair everything, and bring everything back to alignment. It came from God and it returns from God. In the way this image shows two things: the creation from the top down and the return from the bottom up. Truly beautiful. It's probably, I would say, well, it's hard, I don't want to rank images, but I just off the top of my mind, it's the most beautiful image I've ever seen. There's a lot of images. This is just takes my breath away every time. So, practical instructions to help people. So, some of the images on the website I will be redoing a little bit this week to make better, but everything regarding the Aleph and the 2 path images on the website are ready to be downloaded if you wish. I found a new way to download it that makes the page look more pleasing. I was kind of limited by the program before. If you click on the image, it will fill up the whole browser, and if you download it from that, right click. These are all high resolution images, so have fun. 300 dpi for the most part, or as much dpi as I could muster. So feel free to make it as big as you want. However, suggestions for the Aleph visualization. I have put an Aleph in the middle of my prayer space. You do not want it to fill up your whole space. Now, if you want it up on the wall somewhere else, that's fine. But when it's in front of you, you want it where your gaze can take it in. And this is for anything you wish to visualize that's printed. If it's too big, energetically, you can't resonate with it energetically. We're visualizing it in our mind or on a printed form or both. You know, you shift from one to the other. But I believe having it on your prayer space provides a blessing from the reasons I said at the beginning of this conversation. Itself, just by the nature of what it is, it's a sacred symbol. And as now you know what it means, it's really empowered for you, both on in of itself, but also how you engage with it. So it's a twofer. And the language itself is blessed, so it's a threefer. So that's wonderful. But how does one resonate with energy, with an image? So this is something one learns with time. As one becomes more aligned and we're able to sense frequencies and energy easier. But it is helpful for someone to point it out when one isn't able to kind of feel it at the beginning, to make it as optimal as possible to get that energetic resonance, even if one is currently aware of it or not, because these things are real. And one will discover that with the path. And that's what makes it so wondrous and beautiful and amazing, because you realize there's all sorts of things going on which you're not aware of, and very, very beautiful things, and different beautiful ways of being. And one of which is being able to feel spiritual energy, which blesses one's self when one's able to feel that. So you don't want the image to be too large. It scatters our gaze. It scatters what we look at, and the energy becomes diluted. I have found that if one is seated 5 to 6 feet away from the wall of the shrine, if you have the Aleph symbol maybe 6.5 by 6.5 inches, and it could print at 300 dpi at that level, and that's for clarity and radiance. I was able to use a home printer, and it came out quite well. You could send it to a store. that size, 6.5 by 6.5 inches, it allows it to fully fit within a central visual field without requiring our eyes to scan it. It's not so big that it just can't all sort of, for lack of a better word, be absorbed in one gaze. So you want to see it, and you don't want it too big. So you could see the space around it as well. So there's breathing room. But when you look at it, it's big enough that it could fill your whole energetic spectrum. But it's an easy size. Right now, some people might like it smaller, some might like it bigger, depends on your eyesight, depends on all sorts of things. But generally, I would say 6.5 by 6.5, around 5, 6, 7 feet away would be optimal. If you're further away, then naturally it's bigger. If you're closer, naturally it's smaller. And the size really matches the natural arc of our still vision. And it allows the mind to be quiet and not overwhelmed. And it helps us to encounter the presence which the Aleph carries. So if it I'm not sure if I'm going to quite phrase it this way. If you feel the energy of the Aleph while you remain still, then you found the right size. You'll know. You'll be like, this feels, even if you just feel like, this feels about right, then that is an understanding of energy. And if you feel, I could really feel the presence, that's what he's talking about, then you really found the right size. There's a sweet spot, just like your meditation posture, how you do it, a little more forward, a little more back, alignment, a little left, a little to the right. It's the same with this, and you work with it. You might need to print it out a few times until you find the right size, but please don't just throw it in the trash. It might smell if you burn it, so I don't know. What I do personally with images like that, because it's a little toxic if you burn it. If it's a normal piece of paper, maybe in the sink you burn it, but still you don't want to cause a fire. I don't know. I say a prayer and I shred it. I know, it sounds a little aggressive, but throwing it in the trash doesn't sound right to me either. So I find by cutting it up in small little pieces, it's a modern way to dispose of it in a skillful way. And then you could put it, in the recycle portion of the trash. But before I shred it, I realize what I'm shredding, and I say a prayer and I say thank you, and I'm honoring it by properly disposing of it. And I think for me, it feels like a proper way to, you're kind of not allowing it to walk or to mix with other things. And I feel by cutting it to a smaller size, you're kind of taking the energy of it out, you're releasing it, and you no longer can see what it was. So I kind of see that as a skillful release of an image without any sort of, for lack of a better word, desecration. People could think of different things. This works for me. Honestly, it's your intent. You're not callous with it. You don't crumple it up and just throw it with the garbage. Because how you resonate with an image is how the energy you get back, because it's what you project on. It's what it is on its own towards you, but a lot of it is what you project on it. So if you hold it with sacred, wrong size, printer messed up, right? It's still partially formed or it's fully formed. So what do you deal with it? Like, oh, now I created something and I can't use it. What do I do? Well, here's some options to consider. You do what feels right to you. If it feels like it's the wrong thing for you, then certainly don't do it. Because then if you do it, you're not aligning with what the Aleph represents. Divinity before breath, divinity in its full pregnancy, in its shimmer, before there's a shimmer. The essence of what God is, that's beyond an essence. And that symbol, which represents that, should be treated with utmost care. So you handle that, and hopefully everything else on your shrine with that level of care. And that empowers for you the symbol and your prayer space, and ultimately empowers your engagement and realizations and healing from interacting with it. It's the purpose of all this, in a kind of nutshell, what I just said. So in a way, with our space, by that level of mindfulness and care and engagement and treating the objects in a proper way, you're creating an area of divine energy where the Shekhinah can manifest. Whether it manifests from itself, which I believe it does, because objects can hold vibration. It definitely can, including images and pictures and forms, absolutely. Take my word for it. But also because we believe it is. And therefore, since Shekhinah lives within us, since we think it is from our minds and we look at it from our eyes, we trigger the Shekhinah that lives within us, and that energy summons up. Right? And therefore, when we resonate, we feel it. So it's from its own end, but also it's from our end as well. Does that make sense? It's from both. So by treating it sacred, by putting incense under the pictures, we're realizing we're not worshiping the pictures, but what it represents and the energy that it holds and is able to manifest. Or at the very least, one doesn't believe that, it's because we hold what it represents as sacred, and we honor those thoughts, those feelings, to what we're resonating with, and we ask that to enter the space, to purify that so we could better resonate with it. You see, these are all skillful means to help us engage, to have that feeling. So it becomes like when we're in front of these objects, in front of our prayer space, that we're going into a beautiful pool that's like slightly warm, but not too warm, that sort of hugs us. That's like, ooh, just right. And that's an energy that we cultivate. And by bathing in that, by doing practices in that, that heals us. It takes away from our battery and stimulates the Shekhinah that's from both the outside and from the inside. Neither, both, whatever. It just becomes is. Why is ultimately? Because when one is in alignment, one doesn't think and one just rests in that open, pregnant, whole space like we tried to cultivate at the beginning, and things just are. And we resonate with it. And we don't care whether it's from the outside or inside, it just is. And we just are. And we're in a different place of being. And you could do it at any time, at any moment, doing anything. You can speak from that place without thought. You can mindfully call it forth and rest in there. Which I just did 40 seconds ago. Yeah? And that's our birthright that's available to anyone. We can live from a deep, pregnant space where the Shekhinah lives. And these practices help us to do that. So it's not about seeing the Aleph, it's about allowing the Aleph to enter us. In a way, on the piece of paper, on the picture of the Aleph, what's very interesting is it's not centered. It's a little higher. It's not in the center of the square. And it almost feels like it's descending and moving into us. I tried cropping it, and the image lost a lot of its power. There's something to be said with it being higher up. It gives a sense of movement, of it approaching us, a manifestation, an engagement. It's quite powerful. And it has that golden light, very positive, very healing. It's the light of divinity, of radiance, of divine radiance. So we're engaging with all these aspects, whether we realize it, well, now you do because I've said it, or not. But believe me, our minds and our subconscious minds do know. And so it's working with who and what we are and how we're composed and made, both our thoughts and our energies. And we're using it skillfully to cultivate certain ways of thinking, of healing, of engagement with energy, frequencies, and symbols to connect to aspects of ourselves that we may have forgotten. And we learn to resonate and to remember. And it empowers us and it empowers our practice. One can see the path as God before us, God within us, and God in our living breath and in our actions. And these images are not necessarily to be studied, but to be entered into, because they form a path that we can walk. The breath before creation, the structure of the unfolding, the structure of the return, and the path and the patterns and the energies that holds it all. It's complete. And everything else that we do all works with it. There's nothing excluded that is directed to God. They're just different forms of beautiful sacred expressions and means and devotions and focus that is geared to helping us do this return. So why don't we do an Aleph practice? I was going to do some work with mantra, but not today. And after this is mainly it with the Aleph teachings. I can't think more of what to say about it. But it's more than just a practice. It's a whole orientation of a way of perception. It's an alternative way of perceiving things from a different perspective. But everything that has a perspective geared towards God is absolutely correct. There are many paths home, my dear friend. One finds the path that works for them. And this worked for me. And so I offer that and share that and hope it blesses you and our entire world. Animals. God knows the environment needs it as well. So why don't we do 5 minutes while we move to our prayer space, and we'll do an Aleph practice. And we'll do that. And if you don't have one printed out, that's fine. You could move your laptop in front of your shrine and it becomes a sacred instrument in your practice, which in turn helps bless it, because objects can hold blessings, including electronic devices. Yes, it's very real. It's just the modern age, and it all works just in a different way. And these images can go into your phone. They can be backdrops to your phone. They're all sacred. The path one is sacred. The Aleph is sacred. The tree of life is sacred. There's different images I'll post that are sacred. The names of God are sacred. It's all so much there. And it blesses and sanctifies in a certain way, as well as remind us throughout our day that one, God is with us, and He is. And to remind us of where's our ground zero, where's our alignment, and that we're all women and children and boys and girls of God. And our animals are of God, and so are the trees and the clouds and the bushes and even the rocks are of God. Everything came from what was before the breath. Amen. So 5 minutes, and then we'll do this and we'll call it a day. Okay, so as always, we stretch a little bit, especially the legs. The legs and the pelvis area really holds. They're really the big batteries of our body, and it holds so much tension and energy and memories. So it's really important to stretch those hamstrings and the leg muscles. And then will also allows us to sit more comfortably and be able to connect, because our body and our energy, the tree that is our body, the currents of it are able to flow better and easier. So we resonate with our prayer space. We light the candle, inviting the Shekhinah to come in with the flame of light so it holds God's presence. Yes, we can do that with our intent, whether we think it's actually happening or whether it's figuratively as a symbol. Either way, it's very powerful. And honestly, I believe if you invite God, He comes. But at the very least, symbolically, you could offer and as the living flame that's there that you can resonate with. And you send up the incense as you sort of bow to the divinity and that is represented and embodied and instilled in that sacred space that you've created for yourself. So why don't we do that now for a couple minutes? So when we work with this, we're reminded that the vibration of the Aleph I'm not hearing myself. One moment. I always check. Make sure I'm not speaking into empty space. That it's the silent resonance before there is sound. It's open. It has a still resonance. We can feel it if we try to feel it almost like a subtle vibration of ah, like an out-breath. Ah. It's sort of, if you want to think of a vibration, but it's beyond vibration. It's just a feeling and a subtle vibration. And we're trying to get a sense of it and have it sort of embody, come into us. To touch in with really what's the essence of God, with what that represents and the blessings of the millennia of practice, of other people using the symbol in a similar way, and of the blessing that God wishes to reach out to us. So it's really wishing to have a resonance. We reach out to it energetically, wishing to connect, and there's a drawing forth into ourselves. Yes? It's subtle, but one learns to feel it more and more. The Aleph becomes like a channel. You feel a pregnant vibration. It's the very first stirring of life inside of stillness. But there's yet no vibration. It's like a hush before a symphony. That pregnant space, but yet full. The quivering of a candle before it catches fire. The breath before spoken words. You can visualize it as a soft, shimmering vibration inside of us. Like a sacred ah of light moving gently through our being. It's not a sound you force with your voice, because it's before sound. It's that living breath, that living presence that we cultivated at the beginning of today. It's that living breath that we feel within our soul. It's the promise of existence. It's the gentle pulse of life. It can be felt as the living breath that is the source of everything. And when we tune in, we can feel a sort of engagement with that inside of ourselves. That sort of first whisper of being, and it begins to fill us. It's that essence is like, it can be a living scroll that teaches. It lives in the heart of us. And when it's remembered, it radiates blessings. And we come to embody what it is. And it grounds itself into our world. So it's not just for us, it's for everything else as well. Spirituality is not, religion should not just be done for the individual, but for everything, the community, the world. It's a whole engagement with all of creation. And so we activate and turn our tree to the direction of home. And we realize that the return to Eden is not necessarily above us, but it's also through us, within us. And so the golden Aleph is a symbol of pure unity, pure divinity, pure wholeness and love and care before all these things were concepts, but they were all endued in that. And by resonating with what that is, those energies and frequencies kind of come in. And when we do our out-breath, we allow it to move through us and out of us. We become a vessel, a conduit of that. And it also imbues in us and fills us, and we move it through and out into our world, into our space, vibrating it through our field. And it's just in, see it with the in-breath, that gentle open hold, not tight, cultivating it in, and the out-breath, it's just out. And with time, quickly, or with practice, you could start with that, and then it's pulling in the energy of it and releasing it. The vibration in, the vibration out. In and out, and at some point you could just be vibrating it. It's become a self-created frequency. And in next coming weeks we'll work with mantras with multiple names, and that will help people also engage with frequency, and it can continue self-generating in a spiral of continuation that you can take into your day. And it can become a power source that you draw from, that guides you, that heals you, blesses you, that nourishes you through what otherwise would be a very difficult day. But you have that in you, in your bones, and it sort of is a magical elixir, a shield that keeps things from fully hitting, because you're resonating from a deeper source within. And that's where you rest. So I think that's it. I'm going through my notes. So I think that's the practice. I hope this all helps everyone. So why don't we do it together? Okay, so Let's do this. So line up comfortably. So you could do this from a seated position. It doesn't matter. And you find the right posture that works for you if you're in front of your prayer space, on cushions, on a zabuton, all these things. I have it all on my website, different postures. Different people, you work up to it. It's what your body can handle. The problem is, the importance, if you can be, is as upright, but also relaxed. And so first you take in the look on your prayer space. Connect with it. The right hand posture. Deep breaths. Relax, let go. So you could visualize it, or you look it on the wall. Oh, so when you put it on your prayer space, you want to look down on it. So you don't want it to look straight ahead from you. You kind of want to have it, if you're 6 feet away, 7 feet away, you want it about less than a foot above the floor. Maybe 10 inches above the floor about. So you want to have your eyes downward slightly. As you look at it, it's a natural posture. It's comfortable. And it also works with the subtle energy channels in the body. It allows energy to flow up through the top of the head better. If you're straight across, there's a subtle constriction in the upper neck that occurs. So down actually allows the flow up to the top of the head. There's a reason for a lot of these things. So you want it a downward gaze, but not too low, because that causes another constriction in the head. So you find that sweet spot. And you want it to be a gentle look at the Aleph. Now, of course, if you have it on your laptop or your phone on the floor, you're going to have to look further down today. But I would just watch the distance, maybe be further back, so the angle is less severe. But that's about it. So you put it up on the thing with some double-sided tape on the wall, or you can frame it and have it a little bit on the shelf, whatever you wish. But then you resonate with it. You look at it, or you do a visualization, and you draw to mind what it represents, which I've been discussing a lot today and last week, and I think possibly the week before, I'm not sure. So what it means, that it's been used in a similar way for millennia, that the character itself has frequencies by the nature of Hebrew, the different names having, the different letters having vibrations, what this one means, and what it means to us, and how we relate to it. And then we open ourselves to that. Energetically, through the breath, hold whatever that is slightly, but it doesn't mean we push it away, is that we draw it. And that open space is like us being an open container. So it's like we pull in the air into our container, but the openness is not a constriction. It's allowing everything to flow. It's an embracing openness. Right? So that's why we call it an open hold. It's open. So energy can still come in. It's just that The in-breath or the drawing in has stopped, but the momentum of what that is can still come in. We're not blocking anything. And then with the exhale, we move it out, but we don't necessarily deplete what's in us. So it's not like we fill up a tank and then we allow the tank to run out so it's empty. It's just more like we allow that emanation out. But we're not intentionally blowing it out, but it's almost a slight invitation that it's out. So it's within, we cultivate it, and we allow it to emanate subtly or more. Right? Now, I don't so much work with breath anymore. I work with energy. So I feel what so here's a different way. I feel what I feel with the image. The color, the shape, the form. Briefly touch in my mind. This is an advanced suggestion, but at the beginning I connected with this right away. The breath thing never really worked for me. A lot of people it worked for. So I look at the image. Its form, its color, it's curved. It's not sharp, it's round. The color is very healing. It's very divine. It's 3D in a way. So it's manifesting from an open space. What does it mean? I touch on that briefly. Divinity, God manifested. That's what it means to me, okay? And then I just feel what that energy is. And I open to that. There's no more thinking, there's no more thoughts as to what it is. It's just open to the flow of how I feel by subtly, lightly looking at the whole image. But right now it's out of focus slightly because I'm not locked in. It becomes what we call a soft gaze. And it just comes in and out, in and out. It radiates. There's a circular, energetic thing going on. It radiates in. The rays come in, vibrates in, and outwards from my body and out and around. And it just makes a circle, a feedback loop. And you learn to be in it, to be in the wave. You're in a pool that's warm, and there's Aleph above you, behind you, all around you. And the vibration of that water, especially if you put yourself under the water, so there's water everywhere, and you're not touching the bottom, so you're floating there in that space, and it's all Aleph, and the energy, and the warm, and the blessing, because you feel it, it's actually also in you. And you rest in that flow and current of what that is. Without thinking, without judging, you just be. All right. Let's just be together. Breathe, relax, let go. How about 10 minutes, okay? also say, work with the name of God that you work with, like Hashem, Adonai, Yahweh, Elohim. And you can say that's the embodiment of Elohim or Yahweh in Hashem. And that is also another way to empower it for yourself, because at its essence, it's the essence of all the names before there were names. So there's different levels we could resonate with it and help us connect with it, and it becomes a little less abstract. So why don't we work with it? There's an Aleph at our heart. Aleph's flowing in our body, the energy. Realize the Aleph isn't necessarily from outside, but it's from within. It's the basis of everything. At some point we could let go of the technique and rest in that still place, that open, very alive space that this technique has cultivated, and rest in that true nature, that emanation that feeds us. Okay. So you may continue if you wish. When you're done, you can say a prayer or whatever and mindfully extinguish the candle. I don't blow out a candle, so you can have a little candle thingy that takes away, that covers it, or use a little water on the fingertips. But I try not to blow out candles, but try to carry the energy that you've cultivated through your day and your week. And I hope this blesses you. So this is going to be the last teaching that lasts this long. I'm going to try to go back to the shorter Sunday live times with you all, and starting at 7 a.m. No longer pushing back, though I always start a couple minutes later in case, people are running a little late. So thank you for joining me this week, and I wish you a wonderful week, and I look forward to being with you all next week. Bye-bye.